Yeah, we're 2 minutes late. Let's go. Meeting of the Board of Regents, the Texas Tech University system is now called to order. The Board of Regents will continue in open session, meet as a committee of the whole, and a meeting of the board for the purpose of conducting a joint investment meeting with the Executive Committee of the Texas Tech Foundation Board, the Investment Advisory Committee, and members of the Angelo State Foundation Board. The purpose of this annual meeting is to review our investment performance and get an overview of the economy and markets. At this point, I think it'd be helpful to go around the table and do introductions, so I'll get that started. I'm Chris Huckabee. I'm the chairman of the board. I'm from Fort Worth, Texas, and I want to first say to all of you that are here, welcome. We're glad you're here and look forward to a very productive meeting. Ted?
President of the Health Sciences Center and Chancellor of the Texas Tech System.
Lawrence Skubanek, President of Texas Tech University.
Brian May, Angelo State.
Mickey Long, Board of Regents,
Board of Regents, Houston.
John Steinmetz, Board of Regents, Dallas.
Mark Griffin, Board of Regents, Lubbock.
John Walker, Board of Regents. I was named after the soccer stadium. By the way, the soccer team won last night. League conference.
No thanks to you.
Oh.
Sean Lewis, Board of Regents.
Kenny Harkey, CFO at the Health Sciences Center in Lubbock.
Noelle Sloan, CFO at Texas Tech University.
Sue Futrelli, CFO at El Paso.
Eric Bentley, Vice Chancellor and General Counsel for the Texas Tech System.
Patrick Ewing, former intern at the Office of
Ian Oldham, current employee at the Office of Investment.
Mike Nichols, Senior Investment Officer.
Dan Parker, Deputy CIO.
Jim Barrett, CIO.
Tim Bruce, consultant to the IAC.
Burns McKinney, IAC from Dallas.
Michelle McCluskey, IAC from San Antonio, but living in New York.
Oh, wow. Wow.
David Graves from Dallas with the IAC.
Lynn Alexander, the chair of the IEC, originally from Fort Worth, also living in New York.
Gary Barnes, Vice Chancellor and CFO of the system.
George McMahon, I'm from Lubbock and a member of the foundation.
Robert Taylor, Foundation Board of Directors, Lubbock, Texas.
Hales Flatbrook Foundation over the north of Lubbock.
Kelly Crowfoot, Foundation Board, Lubbock.
Patrick Kramer, Vice Chancellor for Institutional Advancements.
Don Maddox, I'm subbing for Don Sinclair, whose son is getting married this weekend, and I'm here on behalf of the Foundation Board. Thank you.
Dusty Womble, Board of Regents, about 2 blocks.
Rick Lang, President of the Health Science Center, about 5 hours away.
Michael Lewis, Vice Chair of the Board of Regents.
Thanks to all of you for that. We will begin today's presentations with a review of the economy and markets, and I'll call on Tim Bruce from NEPC to provide that review. Tim, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to have a few comments giving a broad overview of the market to try to set the stage for Tim Barrett, who will talk more about performance. I think there's a couple opening comments I'd just like to plant in everyone's head before we begin. The objective of the endowment, broadly speaking, is to generate a consistent return stream that meets your funding objectives of 4.5% over 3 years. That's easily stated in a sentence. It's not easy to do in choppy markets, right? This isn't our personal portfolios. This is trying to create a portfolio that weathers the whims of the markets, yes? And so with that, I'm going to make a couple comments on where we stand today and some of the challenges investing in today's capital markets. The first slide I want to highlight here is a very simple concept, and it's simply showing you equities and bonds in that top column and indicating this, and that is, at any given point in time, the simple 60-40 that we're all very familiar with of just investing in equities and bonds may not prove sustainable to generate that 4.5% return. That doesn't always work that perfectly. I highlight 2 periods of time here in which both equities and bonds didn't help you to generate a return, which you need for the system. Secondarily, these are interesting times, to say the least. What I'm showing you here is simply to put in context 1 month, and this was August. What we're highlighting here is simply the biggest monthly returns for long treasuries, so just owning fixed income. Highlight the blue right there, and it simply indicates that August was actually the 4th largest move in history. That's remarkable at this point in the cycle, to have, when the rates are today, to have a move that large in 1 month. That's meaningful. My point there, and the thing to take away, is that these are choppy markets. We had a long run where things were going quite smoothly. We've had a very volatile period lately, both up and down. So for people who aren't as embedded in this every day, think about fixed income as returns go up, your rate goes down. What we're showing you on this chart is simply the inverse of the effect of that. Now what happens is you get very low yields when that happens. Now if you go back in time, it was very easy to run an endowment where you would just park your money in fixed income and just clip a coupon, we'd hit that 4.5% quite easily. That doesn't happen today. We're actually at historically low yields, which makes it very challenging just to park your money in fixed income and clip a coupon. That's a challenging environment for fixed income. So despite that, despite what's going on, despite I just showed you a real pop and move in fixed income, historically low yields, the market, which is what I'm showing you in this chart, is still expecting the Federal Reserve to intervene and provide more stimulus. Why am I showing you that chart? It's another point that I'm trying to make is simply that the markets are responding right now frequently to things that aren't just fundamental. The Fed has a real impact on the markets today, which we all hear if you pick up the journal or just watch the press. Finally, the tariffs. We could probably have a healthy debate about the pros and cons of trade wars, but the one thing that's quite real, it does impact the US consumer in a meaningful way. That also impacts our ability to invest very simply in equities that are oriented and dependent on the consumer, meaning it makes for a choppier market. And that's what we're showing you here with consumer sentiment. And then I want to get to the end here and highlight this chart, because this is something that I think a lot of us kind of forget after 10 very placid years of just investing in a market that just kind of climbs up. Markets don't work that way historically. And so what we're showing you here is simply volatility regimes. And the thing I'm trying to point out here is that volatility moves in waves over long periods of time. We've been fortunate post the 2008 crisis to have a nice period of just nice steady returns in the equity markets. That's not common. Usually you have a period of nice upward mobility with low volatility, and then you have periods of higher volatility. What I'm positing here with this chart is simply to say we've been in a very low volatility environment for some time. I mentioned this to you last year and said that's probably not going to be sustainable. And indeed, that's what's happened in 2019. We've seen a much more volatile market. What I'm suggesting here with this chart is that those regimes tend to last for some time. So I would not expect us to just quickly revert in 2020 to a simple, placid market with no volatility. Volatility is probably here to stay. Why does all of that matter? It matters for these 4 points right here. If we have low yields, which we can't just park in fixed income and clip a coupon, and we have high equity valuations, it's tough to just invest in those two simple assets and generate the return we need. Secondarily, we're focused on building a portfolio that weathers these up and downs, choppy, volatile markets. Thirdly, I would really like to consider that these volatility regimes stay in place for some time, and we have to have a portfolio that can weather those times. The university continues to run regardless of what the capital markets do. And then finally, I think the impact of Fed and certainly what the markets are responding to today is more and more around action that is not just simply dependent on good corporate company fundamentals. And that makes a challenge for investing. So with that, I just wanted to plant that as a little backdrop, and then I'd like to turn to Tim, who will talk about performance and the current holdings in the portfolio today. But before I do, I'm happy to answer any questions as it relates to these slides.
Sounds like you're getting ready to tell us something really bad.
I think I'm getting ready to tell you that these are choppy markets and it's difficult. I think it's tough times to invest. So yeah, I'm not giving you an overly rosy picture, but I'm also not telling you that you want to run and hide. I mean, I think it's very easy to look at a lot of these data points and say, let's not invest. Well, we also don't have that option either. You still have a university that you've got to support.
I got a big mattress at the house.
You have a big endowment. It's bigger than your mattress, I assure you.
Trade wars or re-election, the president could change any of that?
So not a political scientist, so I don't want to get too deep on that weed, but I would just say your point's very valid. That is, regimes tend to stay for some time for reasons, and that is multiple things are occurring during a part of the cycle, one of which could be election cycles, one of which could be trade wars. So I would just simply posit to you, we've seen a higher volatility period, and just like you suggested, we have all of these other things that are coming up that are also probably going to add to volatility. None of those things would suggest that the markets are going to be calmer with any of those events.
We had a long period of low wealth during the previous administration.
Yep.
And could you put in perspective the recession, talk to recession, where sort of past it by historical standards. Does that concern you or not?
Yes, so I'll answer the last part is probably the most important part. It concerns all of us. I would say that is a heavy focus for the IAC. It's a fool's errand to try to perfectly time a recession. No one does it. No one can get it right. But your point is right. It should be a concern. And I think if I'm trying to impart one thing here is that the IAC is not afraid of investing, but we're certainly very conscious of all of these warning signs that could cause trouble for the endowment. Yeah. So yes, it's a concern, and certainly something that's probably sooner today than it was 5 years ago.
With the extended volatility that you're predicting, forecasting, are we at a crossroads here as to markets and what we should be doing and how do we want to rethink how we are investing with that in mind?
So I would say yes, but I would say you all have done a lot of this. I mean, this is the governing body, and the reason you have the IAC is to be thinking about this. So a lot of this was put in place. When we talked about this a year ago, we said volatility is probably going to spike, and indeed it did this year. Thankfully for you, the IAC had thought about that, and the portfolio is positioned to try to weather that. I think another way to think about that question, though, is to flip it around and think about what your expectations are. If you know volatility is here, what choices do you make for the expectations of the portfolio? In my mind, and in the IAC's mind, I think we'd rather have a portfolio that is all weather, that's a little bit defensive, that can moderate these up and downs, even if it means potentially giving up some upside if markets really rip. That's a philosophical view, but I think it's a prudent view for the universe.
Any other questions for Tim Bruce?
Great. I'll turn it over to Tim.
Thank you
Barrett.
very much.
Thank you.
All right. Let's talk about the individual performance.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. Today I'm going to talk about a broad overview. It's really especially for the new faces in the room. I'm going to cover the objectives of the investment pools, because there's two pools now, if you guys remember. Performance from an absolute, relative, and peer perspective. We're going to talk about investments in our team and systems, and a little bit about the role and makeup of the governing body of the IAC. So what is the objective of the LTIF? I think Tim hit it pretty well. Provide a consistent growing inflation adjusted revenue stream, which sounds real simple, but you can't invest in CPI. So it is a difficult thing to create that over long periods of time. And it really is to provide the chancellor and presidents of funding for student scholarships and academic chairs. The intermediate term fund, which we took over in November, is approximately $800 million. And that objective is slightly different. It's the same in that it's a consistent growing inflation adjusted return, but it has more liquidity constraints on it, so it's invested slightly differently. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the difference between those two pools and how they're allocated for you, just so you have a broad overview of that. So the LTIF allocations on the left column, and you can see that it's pretty conservatively invested right now. 30% equities is not a huge equity allocation, and that's due to the reasons that Tim talked before, where we are in valuations, where we are with political risk and trade wars. All of that kind of causes you to tap down your upside equity risk a little bit, and we're at 30. If we went deep into recession, which is what you brought up, I think you would see that number shift, right? We would step on the gas if we dropped into recession, and then the equity allocation would move at the expense of probably debt allocations. Public debt is approximately 20%. Public diversifying, which is a strange name, but it really describes what it is. It's really meant to be uncorrelated with equity and credit markets. So there's different strategies in that portfolio that regardless of which way the equity markets go, we expect to perform over time. And then we have private equity, which is buyouts, venture, and growth equity. And we have private credit, which is meant to provide a big cash flow, and private diversifying, which is really real estate, oil and gas, and things like that. The difference between the two portfolios, you can see, is in the illiquidity, right? Private equity and private diversifying are illiquid investments. They're typically in 10-year type funds, and they're locked up. So you really can't put that into a operating pool investment strategy because you can't get to the money if you needed it. If Gary happened to pick up the phone and say, Tim, we need 100 million of that, and I'm all locked up in that, we can't release it. So that's really the difference in the two portfolios. And I think the great strategy that the IAC and the investment team put together here was really to reduce the cost of running both pools. So we unitized the portfolio. And I know that doesn't mean a lot to anybody, but think of creating a mutual fund where you have two shareholders, shareholder A and B. So LTIF is a shareholder and ITIF is a shareholder. And they both invest in a portfolio, say the debt portfolio, and they each own shares of it. That's how we manage the two portfolios. That allows us to aggregate the assets and lower operating costs, expenses, and fees of both pools by having more money. So what is the total endowment and what is the breakdown? You can see that on the top line in the bottom, the LTIF is approximately 1.1 billion of the asset pool, and the total is up to 1.2. Some of the endowment is held in the short-term investment fund, non-cash, and funds held in trust. The vast majority of the endowment is TTU, and then you can see a large slug between ASU at 17 million, the ASU Foundation at roughly the same, and then the Carr Foundation at 147. The orange is El Paso at 136, and the Health Science Center at 217 at the bottom. So that's really just the breakup of the allocations of the entities and where it's held. This slide's important in that you can see on the top part kind of the return ending in fiscal years at the end of August. And you can see the asset growth over time, right? And as you see that, you see the ebb and flow, right? You can almost see kind of a rolling look to those red bars. And that's just the markets kind of going up and down and impacting asset values. And that's what you expect to see from markets. It's not perfectly steady, right? But then how do we get almost a perfectly steady line at a 45-degree angle on our spending? Well, that's really financial engineering, right? So we look back over 12 quarters and take a 12-quarter average for spending, which smooths that line out, which enables an endowment to be very consistent to provide a revenue stream to the university. And that's really how that works. You can see that in distributions in 2015, we paid out 47 million, and that was a very good year because institutional advancement put in 50 million. So we were net positive into the fund, which is incredible. Then 2016, 2017, 2018, we continued to grow the distributions and more capital flowed in from institutional advancement. This is not all the capital the institutional advancement made that year. It's just what came into the endowment. Some of it went to buildings, vet schools, et cetera. But if you look back over time, we paid to the institution 561 million at a spending rate of 4.5%. And we've never missed that 4.5% increase each year. And I think because of the 12-year rolling, we will not miss it in the future.
Tim,
Yes, sir.
you don't miss the distribution rate because we'll spend into the corpus if we have to.
That's true. You would go into the corpus,
So
right?
you're saying your returns were over 4.5% in 12 quarter rather.
12-quarter rolling basis.
So you're saying you made that?
Yes. Yeah, it's 3 years technically. This is the asset allocation overview. This basically gives you kind of a blueprint for how we think about various asset classes that are in the portfolio. Public equity, for instance, liquid, efficient markets, we have quite a bit of passive exposure there. Private equity, obviously higher dispersion, but you're talking long-term higher growth in the public markets. Diversifying assets on the public side are kind of liquid. It's moderate cash flow and more opportunistic. And private real assets help protect against inflation. You can think of real estate and energy doing a pretty good job there. The private credit is a high cash flow strategy, so we're trying to create lots of cash flow, which helps us meet those spending needs. And the debt book is a little bit more moderate cash flow, and it's focused on much more active, opportunistic managers. So there's a moderate cash flow plus a lot of capital appreciation potential there. So now I'm going to talk just a little bit about performance. If you look at performance, and these are really our benchmarks of the portfolio. So the top part's what we call the policy benchmark. So it's kind of what we compare ourselves to. So the first one is equities, and this is a global equity index. It's called the MSCI ACWI, All Country World Index. And the thing I would point you to is, and that's the second line down from the top, is if you go out to the 1-year number, the global equity markets barely produced a return. It's basically flat at 28 basis points for an entire year. What really worked last year was what Tim pointed out, which was rates. If you were long rates, treasuries, you made good money, and that's what you see picked up in the Barclays global bond debt benchmark at 7.77. About 75%, I believe, of that was all rates from the rate of, not from credit. Then if you get to diversifying private assets, I would say moderate returns there, but nothing to write home at. If you roll out to the 3-year number, those numbers look a lot better. We have a good year in there, 2 good years in there, and those numbers are holding up pretty well. So this is the performance of the endowment itself. The very bottom line is the total LTIF. And you can see the equity for the 1 year. I'm going to talk about the 1-year column and the 3-year column briefly. Equity over the 3 years is about 11%. It's negative 20 basis points for the 1-year period. You can see a massive shift between the debt portfolio of 527 and negative 436 from the 3 to the 1 year. That goes back to what I said before. We do not have treasuries in the portfolio because they yield like 1.5% to 3%, so we don't hold those. That's what really rallied. Credit got hit last year, which is what most of our debt book is. That's why you see that down 436. If you go out longer terms, we've dramatically outperformed in our credit portfolio. You can see that it was up over 5% over the 3 and 5 year period, which is really good returns in the credit portfolio compared to the benchmark.
Jim, at what point would you go back and look at treasuries? Is there a benchmark number that you think would be an acceptable entry level?
At treasuries? Well, treasuries are super difficult right now just because the Fed and global banks are manipulating the curves around the world by pushing out liquidity. So you got global rates down. I mean, bonds in Germany are negative, right? Makes it very difficult for me to purchase and say, hey, I will give you money. In the future, give me back less of my money. That doesn't seem like a very good trade. The only thing you can do there is bet on the direction of rates, that they're going to go lower, right? I don't think we have any skill at timing rates. So you would have to see rates climb back up before we would start adding a lot of treasuries.
Is there a number, though, that you would
I
say,
think-
okay,
I think you
maybe
gotta-
it's time to dip in the water?
Yeah, I would say if you get back to the kind of 4% range, we would start kind of rolling into an allocation of treasuries just to buffer the downside. I will say that we also do pick up some of the flight to quality in rates because we have a tail hedge that picks up global flight to quality and global rates. So like, for instance, that tail hedge was up 8% in the calendar year. So it caught a little bit of that. We just don't have near the magnitude of the benchmarks at this point. And just going on from where I was there, the alpha pool's done incredibly well, and it's been consistent at the 3 to 5% kind of range. Private investments over the 3 years has done fair at 7.84. It's struggling a little bit this year, mainly because some of the credit struggled this year. So now I'm going to talk about the annual performance history of us. And we rebuilt this chart this year for you guys just to give a quick view of how we've done on a fiscal year ending period by fiscal year. So you can look at 2014's on the far left. You can see that the LTIF returned about 14.5%. So it's in the ballpark of competing there. In 2015, our downside protection really played out. And the markets across the board were down, and we kind of stayed flat, which was a really good year for us. We gave a little bit of that back in 2016. 2017, we outperformed. 2018, we dramatically outperformed. 2019 was a little dismal, a little underperformance. You can see there is some volatility in the portfolio. Markets do have cycles and we get hit, but over the vast majority of these periods, you can kind of see that the portfolio is winning. And the IAC and staff really focus on longer term performance. We really don't focus on any one year, but over the 3-year period, which tends to be more of our focus, we continue to outperform. And I think the thing that's probably missed on this slide is the September through August of 2019, which is kind of when I came in to restructure the portfolio. That process is still ongoing today. Most of it's restructured. But usually when you do a portfolio restructuring, you come and take one over and you rebuild it, you lose 200 to 300 basis points versus the index over time because you're churning the capital, you're firing people, moving money out of markets, moving money back into markets. It's a difficult process. I think the thing that's remarkable here is that we're still outperforming since inception with all of the portfolio changes that we've implemented. So now I want to talk just briefly about peer performance, and we rebuilt some different charts for you here as well. And this is on the left side is the Endowment and Nakubo peer group. So when we say it's a peer group, that just means it's other endowments that are approximately $750 to $1 billion. And you can see that the slope is up to the right. So we've dramatically improved our performance against our peers, against all endowments, or against the peer group. All endowments is on the right side, that's in the more pink color. And you can see that when we came in, we were pretty low, and we've kind of moved it up to the right over time, which is the objective. It's, I think in aggregate, it's greater than an 80% improvement in peer ranking over that period. So one of the other parts I wanted to talk about is the office changes that we made. I mentioned the intermediate term pool. Given the ample liquidity of the Texas Tech system, it was decided to move these assets alongside the LTIF. We have a distinct investment policy, governance structure, and liquidity mandate for this pool of assets, which is key because it really has a different risk-return profile that we're focused on. We've established a new intern program, and I can't say enough about this. And I want to, first of all, thank Dr. Jeff Mercer. He's a senior associate dean. And Jack Cooney is area coordinator in finance, along with Lynn Alexander, who really championed us getting involved in an internship program. We had our first one this summer. He did incredible. I think Patrick is here. Patrick, can you say hello to everybody? We ran Patrick through the gauntlet this summer, which was fun for me. And he got to work on things like life settlements and do a full presentation to the team. And I think he would tell you it was pretty fulfilling and grueling. But we loved having him, and we're going to continue this program going forward. I think it's going to be a great source for us to hire talent. So I'm super excited about that. Staff additions, I'm also excited to mention that Ian Oldham, say hi Ian, along with Clint Huff, who couldn't be here today, are our 2 new analysts that we've hired this year. They've hit the ground running and made a huge difference in the team and our ability to source investments and overview things. The last part is kind of operations, and this has been a massive project of the team. We put in a new portfolio management system that tracks performance in every single cash flow of every co-investment, and we're going back to the beginning of time when we started these programs and putting all that into the system. So it's a huge data dump into the system, so we'll have granularity on everything at our fingertips. The other piece is what we call a cloud-based document management system, which is a mouthful, right? Because all it is imaged documents of all of our legal contracts, the statements, the performance reports of managers, everything at your fingertips in the system. That is 100% built out and running as we speak now. And that was all done in the last 2 years, I would say.
Are you completed with your system conversion?
The document management system's complete. All the documents are in, and it's running and functioning perfectly. The performance management system, I would say we're 90% there, but we'll be complete by year end. Then it'll be customizing some special reports out of that the IAC wants to see and doing things like that. But yeah, basically it'll be all done by year end. So I mentioned the staff organizational chart. You can see Ian and Clint at the bottom, the new hires. Mike Nichols, which is right over here to the right, oversees credit, both public and private for us. Dan Parker, deputy CIO right here, helps me on everything along with private equity. He oversees that as well as public equities. Chris Gailey and David Barlow are ops guys who really implemented the systems and did all the hard work. Leslie's our assistant. And obviously we report to Gary Barnes and to the Investment Advisory Committee. There is one slot there that I didn't mention, which is the SIO position. You see it says FY20. We're in process of hiring a second SIO. That should be done in the next couple months, and we'll have a new person on board by year end. I think that will pretty much line out the build out of the team. The only other area where we're a little short is on operations, but we're going to wait and see how much efficiency we get out of the new systems before we think about any changes there. The last part I want to hit on is the role of the IAC. I can't say enough good things about the IAC and what you guys have built here. I've worked for a number of institutions and a number of different board types, from public funds to corporate to endowment. And I can tell you that the IAC and the caliber of the talent of people that you put on it is unprecedented compared to other places I've worked. And I'll explain why in just a few minutes. But we formally meet each quarter, review investment performance. They monitor all the changes to the portfolio. They set investment policy, and they ensure really that the pools are in line from a risk return perspective. And that sounds like a big mouthful of stuff, but when you have poor performance like what we've had this last year, those meetings aren't fun. We had 5 hours of meeting yesterday, and it was going through detailed line items of what worked, what didn't work, why didn't I change it. You know, those meetings are uncomfortable. But that's what the IAC is supposed to do. They're supposed to keep their finger on the pulse of the portfolio and ensure staff is doing the right things, and this group does it. Less formally, they serve the Office of Investments in sourcing, vetting, reviewing investments of the fund. And really, this is one of the key parts that I think is super about the IAC is, I'm going to go to a chart in a minute or a table that's going to show you the talent and the background of the IAC members. So if I got a problem in private equity, I got private equity people like Lynn on the board. If I have issues in real estate, we have David Graves, right? So we have a number of people, all with special expertise, that are able to look at what we're doing and opine on what we're doing. That's unusual in institutional management. Usually at public pension plans, it's like lay people on the board, and you don't get that kind of talent. So this is a unique board, and I think it's a testament to what you guys have built. This is exactly what I was talking about. If you look down the list on the left of the IAC members, and you look at their expertise, this is what I mean. Lynn, private equity; Langston Turner, financial markets and derivatives. So anytime we have a derivative trade, Langston knows about it and understands it. J. Michael Lewis, energy; David Graves, real estate; Benton Hyatt, who's not here today, but is deep into credit; Chris Lovelace and Burns McKinney, asset management and public financial markets; Michelle at Man Group is asset management; and Tom, clearly energy, and he knows it well. Two of the deals that we sent to him first got killed before we got out of the gate, saved us a lot of research time. So the IAC is super helpful in managing the endowment. This is the due diligence flow sheet. This is just everything we do as we go through sourcing a manager and vetting a manager. From sourcing, the initial overview, the initial review where we look at audited financial statements, DDQs, et cetera. We do a performance analytics screen where we run every calculation known to man and how they fit in the portfolio. We do site visits, and we have external counsel to do legal view, external firm to do background checks, et cetera, and we review all the service providers, prime brokers, administrators, and auditors. It's a long list to get through that process. Once we do get through that process and we made a decision in conjunction with NEPC, our consultant, we take that presentation to the IAC and they poke holes in it. And we discussed that strategy with them. The outside consultant, which I just mentioned, you guys all know Tim. They're headquartered in Boston, Mass., have over 300 clients and over 300 employees. It's a huge team, a huge extension of staff, and very helpful to manage in the endowment. So I'm going to wrap up with just some conclusions and open up to any questions. Our performance against the peers has improved remarkably through, I think, the Regents and IAC's vision to really build out a professional investment team. We have incorporated their intermediate term pool into the Office of Investments, and we're reducing fees and increasing those returns. We've invested in the team and systems, which I talked to you about. The Regents IAC Foundation boards, I think, have built an advisory committee, which I talked about, with professional direct experience, which I think is a game changer for Texas Tech. Last, I think our balanced approach to asset allocation, where I walked you through, we have only 30% in equities, 20 debt, and the diversifying, is the right position in this cycle. So we're late in the cycle, as you mentioned, John. It's getting later and later, and we have a lot of risks with global trade wars and politics right now. Being balanced is the right place to be. When it turns, we'll see it turn, we'll step on the gas again, and we'll take advantage of that. But right now, it's time to be balanced and patient. So with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Tim, could you go back to 22, page 22 or slide 22? If you look at the performance here, so obviously 2019's been a bad year. Is that it?
2019. Yeah, 2019's not great.
And so are we still okay relative to our peers for 2019?
That data's not out. It comes
have
out in February. We should have, I guess you get a slight look and get, you'll get 10 or 15 firms that we'll have our hands on by November, just because some people report in the press and we collect that. But I would not expect 2019 to be a banner year. I think our 3-year number will still hold up really well, but I think our 1-year number is going to drop. If we can keep our 1-year number, the ultimate goal of the team is to keep the 1-year number at least at the middle of the pack. If you can stay at the middle of the pack or slightly better on a 1-year number, and you can maintain it, by the time 3 years hits, you're top quartile. And that's how it works, because everybody's so volatile that if you can get consistency and stay around the middle, your 3, 5, and 10 over time will become top quartile and top decile. 2013. And it took about a year to get policy and stuff built out. So 2014 was really, end of 2014 is where we really started making changes.
You said at that time it would be a 5-year, turning the Titanic's going to take time, and I commend you. I mean, these are, to jump into the top quartile, I mean, I recognize it's not perfect and there's room for improvement, but I think what the IEC has done, and by the way, man, thank you for getting students into the internship, it's a novel program, and thank you for doing it, but I mean, that's a big leap, and I know that it took probably at least 3 years to get out of some of those positions at least. And so I hope that we'll find that we're in the 50th percentile at least in 2019. Is that a fair?
From your lips, I don't know. I can't speculate on what all the other, because I'd have to know what all the other endowments did. So, of course, I hope they did poorly because, I'm competitive, but I don't know. So I appreciate it.
Ask you a question, please. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Describe the interaction between the IAC and these groups from your perspective, please. And the reason I'm asking that is, here is a group of people who've stepped forward to help the university on a volunteer basis. And yet with that, there is some fiduciary and accountability. And I want to make sure and understand what you see the role of the IEC. We saw the words up there. I want to hear the real story, okay? Not that that isn't true, but in an understandable fashion. Talk to me about the interaction and what you feel is appropriate, and are there things that we can do better in communicating?
Can everybody hear me? I hope my voice is loud enough. I think that our interaction is very regular and has a great cadence to it. We meet quite regularly. I think we're now at 5 times a year on a or 6 times a year on a formal basis where we all gather together. I think that you all, and the IC and gave Tim discretion over how he invests this portfolio, but I firmly believe that's the right path to give him that responsibility. But I think the IC as a group regularly has dialogue with Tim as a group to discuss all he's doing, the performance, why he's making decisions that he is, what went wrong, what went right. And then from my perspective, we converse quite regularly on things he's thinking about, the perception of the IC about certain positions he's taking. So I think it's a very healthy, regular interaction that we have. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Do you take responsibility for the performance?
Well, ultimately, it's Tim's responsibility for the performance, but we set, the IC sets guidelines, policies, but it's really Tim is responsible for the performance. But I think, personally, we all feel a little responsible for the performance as well, because we've got this relationship.
I have a couple of questions. This is my first time to sit through this. Are the benchmarks that you use here, are they consistent from year to year, or do you all pick and choose the benchmarks
I want to pick and choose. The IAC won't allow that. Yeah, they're consistent. I would say every once in a while there's a change if you do like an asset allocation study and change something. For instance, a long time ago when I first got here, it was CPI plus 4. CPI plus 4 in what was diversifying assets. It was actually called public real assets then. We changed that portfolio diversifying, and it's a hedge fund benchmark. And then in privates, it was a peer group universe. Now it's a public market benchmark plus a hurdle to put on privates, which is more appropriate. So they've been changed twice.
Okay. In the one-year performance, most of our classes correlate or to the benchmarks you have, except for the debt. And there's a huge discrepancy in your debt benchmark and what the performance of our debt category. Can you explain a little bit about what happened there?
Yeah, that is 100%. The Barclays Global Agri is probably somewhere between 50 and 70% government debt. So treasuries, bonds, et cetera. We don't own any of that. The credit part in there, we have 100% credit in our strategy because we think that's a better place to be. And it has over the last 5 years been 100 times better place to be. Last year was not the case, and that's the differential spread that you're seeing there. Credit got hit in emerging markets with our managers, not necessarily in emerging markets, so they struggled. And then we had no treasuries, and that hurt compared to the benchmark. So it's really 2 factors.
I would have assumed that debt was a fairly conservative investment.
No, that's not the case. Debt strategies, ours are return-seeking strategies. So there's stressed lending strategies in there in emerging markets. There's stressed lending strategies in the United States within that portfolio. There's managers that trade structured credit, such as mortgage backs and CLOs. This is not your normal kind of debt portfolio. It's much more of an endowment debt portfolio. It's return-seeking.
I've got a question, Tim, Buck for you and Gary Barnes. We have a short-term fund managed by Gary. How much money is in that, Gary?
I think Tim mentioned about 800 million.
No, that's the intermediate. What's the short term?
About 600.
Okay, so we've got 600 in the short term, 800 in the intermediate, and then 1.2 in the endowment.
Yeah.
For the most part, there's a lot of liquidity in terms of, obviously the short term would have very high liquidity and would be the first source of money for the university. The intermediate would be the second source. My question is returns. It's obviously a good idea for us to move the intermediate over there to you in the fact that liquidity in most of what you're doing can occur within about 3 days. Are we too conservative in our intermediate? In y'all's collective view, we're leaving returns on the table.
We're too conservative in the allocation of the intermediate, I would say no. I don't think you want to stretch and take on the other illiquid assets that are available to us in that portfolio because it's got a 5-year horizon. If you told me it was 10-year horizon, I'd change the allocation, but it's 5. I don't think you can go into those. So from that standpoint, I wouldn't change the allocation. As far as the split is concerned, and it's about a 60-40 split, I think, 60% in intermediate, 40% short term. That was the initial split that the CFOs and everybody felt comfortable doing to get the program up and running to see how it goes. I think that's prudent. I think long-term, I don't want to speak for Gary, but once they are comfortable with their cash flows and everything, they may increase it, but that's really up to Gary and the system CFOs from my perspective, whether they want to change the split.
Gary, any comment?
Yeah, you know, the intermediate 40-60%, I think we're very comfortable with that increase from 50-50. So we've moved several $100 million over to Tim and his group to do that. Exactly as Tim has said, we wanted to reduce the cost of that investment. It is a different strategy. We want, number one is preservation of capital. It is our operating funds. It's what we pay payroll with. It's what we do construction with. It's what we pay our bills with. You know, our second strategy is to increase the return, and I think that the intermediate pool has outperformed the long-term pool with a little bit more conservative strategy. And then third is an increase in the value of that pool. So it's a different strategy. It's not as long-term. As Tim said, we have a shorter period, and we think that that is the correct position to be in. I think confirmation of that is just our recent Moody ratings where they commented on our allocation, our available cash to meet short-term needs. So I think that we're where we need to be. We haven't gone a year yet into the investment of the ITIF, so I think it's something we're going to monitor over the years, but we don't have enough history yet to be comfortable with any more than a 40-60% split right now.
Well, and John asked responsibility. I'll remind the board, for all three of these pools, it is the board's responsibility.
Yeah, of course.
And so it's not that we're shifting responsibility to the IEC or to Tim and his group. It is our responsibility in terms of how we're allocating what we're doing.
So Tim, on a year where it's basically flat like this with 0.18% return, for the operational funds that are pulled from it, what does that do to the corpus?
From the operational funds for the intermediate fund?
Yeah.
The intermediate fund actually performed better, and it's positive and is doing well.
So the operational funds that would be dispersed to the universities for this year?
He's talking about
Yeah,
the
the
4.5
4.5%.
drawdown.
Yeah, the drawdown.
The drawdown policy, yep.
Yeah.
The drawdown policy is not impacted because it's about on average a 4% return when you look back over that period. That's not going to impact our ability to distribute that. Over the 3-year period, I think we're up over 7%. We're distributing approximately 4%. It's not an issue.
Max, I mean, it's on a smoothing calculation over a rolling 12,
Right.
3 months.
3-year.
Yeah.
So you really should compare it to the 3-year number because you're doing a rolling 3-year payout off the rolling 3-year performance, and that's still way ahead, so.
Yeah, and on a year like this where the markets are bad and the like, is the idea to try to predict, do you change the strategy, or do you just hunker down and wait and see how the markets are going to shift?
On this type of volatility, you don't change the strategy. We've already put things in the last few years to help us outperform this area. We have actual volatility managers in the diversifying asset portfolio. They're up like 10% this year. So we put strategies in, take advantage of it, but you don't wholesale shift strategy.
Sure.
You'd shift strategy if we hit a recession.
Sure.
If you hit something big, you're going to shift.
Yeah.
But it needs to be fairly large.
Sure, and you don't want to be chasing your tail year to year with it, but, okay.
So we're somewhat coming to the end of this. I want to try to bring things together. If there's questions for both Tim Bruce or Tim Barrett, before we do that, I would ask, Michael Lewis has served for a very long time as a representative on IAC and certainly as a representative of the Regents on IAC. So I was going to ask him to make a few comments, and then we'll close out getting final questions that you might have for either of you.
Thank you, Chris. Again, in regard to over the last 12 months, a couple of operative things. One, I think there is, the intent of these reports are to inform people, that there's not a black box here, but people are actually provided data that they can understand. If you don't understand it, then ask questions accordingly. People are certainly available, whether it's Tim or Lynn or Gary, myself, et cetera. If we don't know the answer, then we'll get an answer for you. In regard to the investment function and the advisory committee, IAC, the middle letter advisory is exactly what it says. It's advisory. It doesn't have, quote, executive authority to go execute transactions and things of that nature. Yet, all of these people take it very much in earnest. If you stop and think about it, one, it's not only advice as it relates to the investments themselves, but it's also in personnel selection, compensation programs for those people, asset allocation, consultant selection, et cetera. So they bring a skill set that's used to be a tool for the university to make those choices. And if you look at their own personal sacrifice, they spend their 220 some odd work days a year, they spend a minimum probably of 5% of their days on the IC because they travel. That takes usually 2 days at least, et cetera. But my point is they probably spend 10 to 12 days actual in meetings or travel and other time in thought, and it's all on their own nickel. So it is a contribution to be recognized for the university. All of these people did not necessarily go to Texas Tech, so it's truly a heartfelt issue on their part. And so that said, and I'd also like to recognize the foundation and the interest that they've had and in communication and dialogue, also with Tom Mathismeyer serving, et cetera. So I think that there is a collaborative, coordinated effort to maximize the benefit of the endowment and the LTIF for the university. And it also includes the input from the CFOs of not only the system, but each one of the universities as well. So I just, granted, this is to be informative, but I'm just kind of giving you a little bit of a perspective. But it's not a black box, so please ask.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments before we wrap things up? So before we adjourn, I think it's important that from the board's perspective, I just simply say thank you to everybody around this table. You guys do volunteer and dedicate a great deal of time, resources, your generosity for the greater good of Texas Tech. I'm humbled by that fact. Lynn, last time I checked, there's no direct flights from Lubbock to New York. And you guys work awfully hard to get here. And thank you for doing that because you make tech better and everybody around this table, I mean that, you make tech better by your contributions to what we're doing. So thank you for doing that and for making us better as a group. So if there's nothing more to come before this group, then the joint meeting is now adjourned and the meeting of the Board of Regents stands in recess. So what we're going to do is take a break, reset the room, and then we'll start our meeting back up as soon as the room's reset. So thank you all for joining us today. Good morning, and thank you all for being here. Meeting of the Board of Regents of Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The board will continue in open session, meet as a committee of the whole, and a meeting of the board. Chancellor and President Mitchell, President May, President Skubanek, and President Lang, will you please present your introductions and recognitions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, from a system perspective, I'd like to introduce Mr. Brady Cook. Brady, stand up over here. So Brady has joined the IA team at the system as the Senior Associate Vice Chancellor. He started Wednesday, so he's been here for a long time, past 2 days. He's going to, at the system level, work on corporate and foundation relationships as well as the annual giving operations, which, as you all know, is something that we've been working hard to improve for a long period of time. He's also going to be operating and running the phone center, which is up on our second floor, and there's been a lot of renovations going up there, but it's up and running now, right? And he's also going to work directly with the Chancellor's Council. All of this is to support the components in their fundraising goals and priorities. Before coming to Texas Tech, Brady was the Vice President for University Advancement at Adelphi University, a private institution in Garden City, New York. He has nearly 30 years of experience in higher education advancement with a record of success in fundraising, specifically with comprehensive capital campaigns, new donor campaigns, large-scale individual gifts, and corporate philanthropy. Prior to being at Adelphi, Brady worked at the University of Illinois at Chicago as an Associate Vice Chancellor, and Brady and his wife Melissa are proud graduates of Washington State University with 3 grown daughters. So please join me in welcoming Brady to the Texas Tech team. And from the Health Sciences Center side, we have one recognition. This is Dr. Lori Rice Spearman. Lori, where are you? Here she is. Lori has been the Dean of the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center School of Health Professions since January of 2016, and she has served as the Associate Provost since 2018. Her responsibilities as dean spanned over 20 academic programs. The School of Health Professions has more academic programs than any of our other schools. And she has programs that she's responsible for on 4 campuses, as well as online programs that literally stretch around the globe. Prior to serving as dean, Lori served in various positions within the school, including the Associate Dean for Learning Outcomes and Assessments, as well as the chair of the Department of Laboratory Sciences and Primary Care. On October 1st, Lori was appointed the Provost and Chief Academic Officer at Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center. In this role, she will be responsible for being an advocate for all our academic programs, ensuring consistent quality standards in curriculum and programs, while also providing leadership in the academic student services area. In total, Lori has contributed to Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center mission for over 30 years. She has publications, presentations, and research in various peer-reviewed journals and is recognized nationally as an innovator in health professions education. She's also a national leader in leading teams to launch the 5 first-in-the-nation accredited academic programs. In 2018, the School of Health Professions received the inaugural Association of Allied Health Professionals Excellence in Interprofessional Education Award, which she was directly in charge of and responsible for. Most recently, Lori led the university initiative with Great Colleges to Work For. Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center was the only health-related university in the United States to receive this accreditation as a great university to work for, and Lori was instrumental in making that happen. We're excited to have Lori on our team as our new provost, and we know that she will do outstanding things in the new role. Please join me in congratulating Dr. Rice Spearman.
Mr. Chairman, on a personal note, one of the benefits and pleasures of being a local region is you grow up with these people that achieve such high honor and prestige and bring such fabulous recognition to the institutions that they serve. And Dr. Spearman is certainly no exception. I can't be objective. She's a personal family friend. You may not know this, but because of her charm and her intelligence and her spirit around the campus where we lived, she was known as the Velvet Hammer, okay?
I will say,
Dr. Mitchell, just keep that in mind.
That's right. I've already experienced that. But the only knock in Dr. Rice Spearman's application was the fact that she was using Regent Griffin as a reference.
That's the reason it took her that long to get to this spot.
That's all of my,
Congratulations, Dr. Laurie.
that's all my recognitions. President May,
You know,
I'm shocked to hear that. Thank you very much. President Skubinik.
Mr. Chairman, my first introduction is Linda Hoover. Dean Hoover recently announced her retirement after having served as dean at the College of Human Sciences for 19 years. I don't believe there's ever been a dean, maybe very few that have ever served for that duration. She attended Texas Tech where she got her bachelor's degree, but then went to Texas Women's University where she received her master's and her PhD. She originally returned to the university to build a restaurant, hotel, and institutional management program, but she's been instrumental in expanding the Child Development Research Center and the Center for Collegiate Recovery Communities that is recognized as a national model for students who deal with addictive disorders. Under her leadership, the college has developed prominence in food and nutritional sciences and for work in personal financial planning, one of the top-rated programs in the U.S. But I think what's even more significant is the College of Human Sciences excels in providing a nurturing environment for students. They take care of their students as well as any college on this campus, and that results in some of the highest retention and graduation rates of any college at Texas Tech. Dr. Hoover has received the President's Academic Achievement Award in recognition of her accomplishments in the areas of teaching, research, and service. Linda, we thank you. We're going to miss you. Ron Kendall is a professor
Now it's locked me out.
of environmental toxicology and was recently named to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee. Dr. Kendall came to Texas Tech in 1997 as a founding director of the Institute of Environmental and Human Health. He's a widely recognized expert in environmental toxicology and ecology, and he maintains a highly productive research program focused on threats to bobwhite quail through the Wildlife Toxicology Laboratory. He's a fellow of the Environmental Toxicology and Chemistry Society. Ron, congratulations on this recent significant appointment. For 8 years in a row, Texas Tech University has been named as a recipient of the Higher Education Excellence in Diversity, or HEAT Award. And this achievement is due primarily, Dr. Sumner, if you'd stand up, to the work that's done through the Division of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, where Dr. Carol Sumner serves as the Vice President and Chief Diversity Officer. Now, Carol, I noticed that Ashley is standing behind you. Ashley Gonzalez is an important member of that office, and I know that she was also instrumental in preparing this application. So I'm pleased to recognize both Carol and Ashley. But let me say a bit more about what Carol has achieved in the short time she's been here. She's made some had a very dramatic impact and implemented several programs directed toward professional support, community engagement, recruitment, and intention. Texas Tech was one of 93 institutions in the U.S. to receive the HEAT Award, and the top-tier HEAT recipients are also named as diversity champions, and Texas Tech was one of 16 institutions in the U.S. to receive that distinction. I thank you for your very good work. And finally, I'd like to introduce Dr. Jessie Perez-Mendez. Dr. Jesse Perez-Mendez has recently been named the Dean of the College of Education. This occurred in June. At that time, he was the Dean of the Indiana University School of Education and the Indiana University, Purdue University, Indianapolis. He has also served as the Associate Dean for Academic Affairs at the University of Central Florida and was the head of the School of Educational Studies at Oklahoma State University. He earned his PhD in higher ed and his law degree from Indiana University. He has a Bachelor of Arts from Midwestern State University, and he also has a master's degree in political science from Texas Tech University. He's been a recipient of the College of Education Leadership and Service Award from Oklahoma State University, and he held the Donnie and John Brock Professorship of Education Leadership at Oklahoma State. In the short time he's been here, I would say I've been most impressed by his leadership and especially his personal skills, and we're very fortunate to have you as a member of the Texas Tech University family. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes my introductions.
Thank you, Dr. Skubinek. Dr. Lane?
And we have no introduction, sir.
Thank you very much. The board will now convene an executive session as authorized by sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, and 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. Let me give you a quick rundown of how today's going to go. We'll be back there until approximately 11:40, where we'll come out, take any action of anything that needs to be taken from executive session. We'll break for lunch. Dr. Skubinek and I have to go recognize some awesome people at the Matador Society luncheon, and then we'll start at 1 o'clock with committee meetings. So that's kind of how the day's going to flow, just in case you need to go make an important meeting or phone call or something like that. So at this time, we will adjourn into executive session. Thank you very much. board will now convene into open session. Mr. Lewis, please present the motions regarding items discussed in executive session.
The first motion is to authorize a revised employment contract with Coach Tadlock. I move that President Skovanec be authorized to conclude the negotiations and execute a revised employment agreement with Tim Tadlock to be the head coach of Texas Tech University baseball program under the terms and conditions set forth in the executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Mr. Lewis?
Next motion relates to refunding Angelo State University's portion of the Texas State University system bonds. I move that the board authorize the chancellor or the chancellor's designee to execute any and all documents required for the refunding of Angelo State University's outstanding principal that is included in the Texas State University System Bond Series 2010 under the terms and conditions set forth in the executive session.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Mr. Lewis?
Mr. Chairman, there are no other resolutions to be presented before the board.
At this time, we'll break for lunch. Committee meetings will begin at approximately 1 p.m. Meeting of the full board will then reconvene in the afternoon upon adjournment of the last committee meeting. Thank you, guys. We will now continue with committee meetings. Mr. Steinmetz, please continue with the ACS committee meeting.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August 8th, 2019.
So moved.
Keep up.
Is hearing a motion, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. That's all right. Motion passes. Dr. Gallion, please begin with item number 1.
Thank you, Regent Steinmetz. The first item is request for approval of tenure in 4 cases. Jeffrey Belknap is our dean for the Costa Rica campus. He's been with us since August. Jennifer Burns will be our new department chairperson in biological sciences. James Lee is an endowed professor in CMLL, and you met Dean Mendez this morning. So all of these people were vetted using our normal procedures where the department looks at the dossier, votes on it. That then goes to the college level and ultimately to my office and the office of the president for final approval. And with the addition of these folks, we'll be about where we were, which is roughly 75% of our tenured, our full-time faculty, that is, are either tenured or tenure track.
Thank you, Dr. Gallion. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve? Mr. Walker?
So, I don't think I'm on the committee. I am?
Uh-oh.
Okay, good. I approve.
Wow. There was a motion, is there a second? Those in favor say aye. Opposed? Same sign. Motion carries.
This is an indication of outstanding leadership.
I was thinking we need to stop and do a quick briefing on who's on what.
Yeah, who's on first?
All right, Dr. Gallion, please continue with item number 2 for Mr. Walker. And
Item number 2 is a request for an exception to the nepotism policy in 2 cases. The 2 individuals listed, Dr. Williams and Ms. Zoller, are spouses of 2 of our deans that are faculty members. And to manage potential conflicts of interest, our plan would be to gather input from the department relative to regular assessment of performance, which obviously happens probably best at the departmental level in terms of what's happening day to day, but we'll gather that and then manage performance evaluations, compensation decisions, and so on at my office. We would, as we have done in the past, evaluate these situations on a yearly basis and make sure that we are effectively managing conflicts, potential conflicts of interest. So we would request the exception in these 2 cases.
thank you, sir. Are there any questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Dr. Gallion and Dr. Rice-Spearman, please present item number 3.
Yeah. So I'm going to start and then hand this over to Dr. Rice-Spearman to make some comments, but we would request your approval of a dual degree program between the School of Nursing and the Health Sciences Center and our College of Human Sciences. This program would need to be submitted to the Higher Education Coordinating Board and to SAC-COC for their ultimate approval. This is a program that is a dual degree program. It requires no new resources. We've been working on it for a good time. And for actually probably a year or more, maybe going back longer than that we've been talking about doing this. So I'm really pleased that we reached the point that we have this program to offer for your approval. The School of Nursing, basically in this program, will accept 60 hours of Texas Tech University applicable credits to the nursing degree. They basically do that now, I think, but many of our students in nursing are from, not all, but many are from the College of Human Sciences. And the college has created a minor in nursing that will allow students to transfer back basically 24 credits, and those will be credited as taken towards a degree. So it's possible for a student to complete the human sciences degree before they actually complete the nursing degree, as I understand the way we're going to do this. But basically, what this will do for us is allow students who, most of our nursing students complete their requirements for nursing to get into nursing before they get a degree. This will allow them to use credits earned in nursing to apply back to a degree at Texas Tech University. We expect we'll probably, once this is up and running, about 2 years down the road, have roughly 80 students involved. We think that is going to probably increase our graduation rates. We're not exactly sure what the effect will be, but probably on the order of about a 1% increase in our overall 6-year graduation rate, for example. So it's a very positive benefit for Texas Tech University in terms of what it can do to our student success metrics. We think it's a very positive approach to get the ball rolling with respect to more collaboration with the HSC, and I will let Dr. Rice-Spearman talk about that.
As Michael mentioned, this is going to be a pilot program. We have 2 other bachelor's degrees at the Texas Tech Health Sciences Center, the bachelor's degree in clinical laboratory science and the bachelor's degree in speech language pathology. And many of those students also transfer for their junior and senior year over to the Health Sciences Center. So we hope this will be a model, and that way both institutions, it's a win-win for both of them.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chairman, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So is this a double win then? The undergraduate degree and then the nursing degree from the health sciences, do they both show this particular person as a graduate?
Absolutely, yeah.
So we don't lose the undergraduate designation, if you will.
Absolutely. So it's very positive from my standpoint for Texas Tech University, but, and obviously the students that might not for some reason get a nursing degree or be able to finish a nursing degree might be able to finish a bachelor's degree in human sciences through some of the credits that they earn within the nursing school. That's going to be rare, I think, but it would be a possibility. The ultimate outcome we desire, obviously, is that we have a student with 2 degrees, one from Texas Tech, one from the Health Science Center.
With the economy of the cost of education today, do you see this as now, is this the new trend line to have this type of cooperative spirit between a professional school, if you will, and the undergraduate, where there can be a guaranteed transfer of hours and a more bang for the buck, I guess, Dr.
It absolutely is helpful for the student. And also, you may not be aware that the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board monitors our students by their Social Security number. So when they start matriculation at a university, if they don't finish matriculation at that university, it's reflected as a non-graduate of that university. So even though our students are staying within our system, because they're moving from Texas Tech to the Texas Tech Health Sciences Center, Texas Tech loses that opportunity to count that student in their graduation rate. And because of our close relationship with Texas Tech University, we want to work it out with both institutions so it's a win-win for both of us.
So the coordinating board will have to approve this. Are there sister organizations that are doing this that have you? So this is not a new approach.
No, our sister universities are also trying to manage this issue as well. The UT system, having UT Galveston, UT Arlington, and all their various, it's very hard for students to move within the system. So this is a solution for that.
Right. Congratulations. That's great.
I have a follow-up question as well. So the other 2 examples I didn't quite catch, are they both in the College of Human Sciences as well, or are you looking at partnerships across other colleges?
We're looking at partnerships across other colleges. The speech, language, and hearing science and the clinical laboratory science are undergraduate degrees at the Health Sciences Center.
Mm-hmm.
And many of those students probably are, some might be in human sciences, some are probably in arts and sciences. So we're going to have to establish some other collaborations as we move along.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Hearing no further questions, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Velvet Hammer, Dr. Rice-Spearman, please present item number 4.
My children are going to so appreciate that,
Wow.
that description, especially coming from Regent Griffin. The President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the Board of Regents approve to confer the title of Professor Emeritus on Patricia Allen for her distinguished service to the School of Nursing and the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center. Patricia Allen joined our faculty in 2004 in the School of Nursing, and she has been a key and pivotal faculty member in the School of Nursing. She has served most recently as professor and director on nursing education for the School of Nursing and the Nursing Education Master's Track. Previously, she served in the roles of Associate Dean, Interim Regional Dean, and Acting Dean for the School of Nursing. She was also the founding co-chair for the Coordinating Council, which is the central council for the School of Nursing's shared governance model. Dr. Allen retired on August 21st, 2019.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any questions or comments regarding this matter? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic
Can
Clinical.
I ask Dr. Spearman one more question? What's the significance and what does this appointment bring to this person? What does it mean to them and how does it manifest itself?
So the emeritus title, particularly in academia, is a way to honor the contributions of this individual to our institution as well as her profession. And so she will hold always a distinguished significance in the school. She'll be recognized, she'll be included in events. Should she participate in events, she'll be asked to serve maybe on external advisory boards. Patricia is a gem in our crown, and we want to really cement that relationship with her and honor her.
Thank you, ma'am. Regent Griffin, as a two-time regent, you should have already known that, but there was a motion.
Hey, back in the old days,
Mr.
we
Chairman,
couldn't
this
even
concludes
spell
the minute.
emeritus, okay? Come on.
He knew what committee he was on, though, didn't he?
Thank you,
So,
sir.
thank you, Regent Simons. I want to, since he picked on my leadership, I'm going to do this a little bit differently going forward. The audit committee made up of a great chair, Regent Hammonds, and Regent Carrick and Regent Womble will now conduct the audit committee meeting. Regent Hammonds.
Thank you, Chairman. The audit committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August 8, 2019.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Mrs. Turner, please present item 1.
Thank you. Our institutions are often the focus of audits conducted by various state agencies. And I wanted to just run through the ones that we know of for this year. The Comptroller's Office is in the middle of a post-payment audit at Texas Tech University. This is where they look at using state appropriated funds in compliance with state requirements. We're waiting on the report for that. Right now, we don't know of any big issues. They look at expenses, payroll, travel, and other things. The Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board has a compliance monitoring group that also conducts audits at various institutions to whom they give money or that provide formula funding information to them. So 2 that we know of this year, Angela State University will be the subject of a formula funding data audit, and the Health Sciences Center will be the subject of a graduate medical education grant audit. We have letters on both of those. We don't yet know when they're going to be coming to do that work. And then lastly, I'll talk about the State Auditor's Office. They are performing an analysis as a result of newly enacted legislation that came out of this last legislative session under Senate Bill 65. It requires the State Auditor's Office for the largest 25 state agencies, as determined by the Legislative Budget Board, the State Auditor's Office will assign a rating to each of those. The possible ratings, which are related to contract monitoring, possible ratings are additional monitoring required, no additional monitoring required, or reduced monitoring warranted. Texas Tech University is in the top 25 in the state. It's our only institution that made that list this year. In order to make this determination, the state auditors will consider a number of information points. They'll consider the results of state audits that have been done, including ones by the comptrollers or other auditors. They'll look at the results of internal audits or external audits that we have procured related to contracting. And they've also provided each institution, each agency, I should say, with the opportunity to report to self-report improvements that have been made to contracting processes anytime since 2016. And then they may do other analysis as well. The university will submit its first group of information to them November 1st. And the state auditors will, I anticipate in the spring, will come out with this rating for Texas Tech University. Noelle Sloan and her team are pulling together information to self-report improvements. There have been significant changes in the contracting processes, largely as a result of Senate Bill 20, which was passed related to, it has a heavy focus on identifying and managing conflicts of interest, as well as significant reporting requirements related to contracts that all state agencies have to adhere to. That concludes my report, unless there are questions.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Thank you again for that report, Kim. The committee will now convene in executive session as authorized by sections 551.071, 551.074, and 551.076 of the Texas Government Code, and will move to the Board of Regents Committees Room 106 for this portion of the committee meeting. Session on Friday, October 4, 2019, and considered item 1 is prepared on pages A1 through A3 of the agenda book.
Wait, Ron, you're too far down. You got to close out your current deal. Wrong script, buddy. There you go. Close me out.
Still thinking about that experience at the dinner party, I think.
Oh, yeah. We already convened an executive session. The board will now reconvene into open session.
There you go.
Are there any, there are no action items to be considered from the executive session. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Regent Hammond. You're getting a little ahead of us. We're trying to get out of here way too quick.
They call me Speedy.
So we're going to move to the Facilities Committee. Before we do, we have the very capable chair, Regent Long, Regent Griffin, and Regent Hammond, again, will be part of this. So Regent Long, please begin with Facilities Committee meeting.
Thank you. The Facilities Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August 8, 2019.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Billy, please present item number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 1 is at Texas Tech University. This is to approve the total project budget for the Dairy Barn renovation project. We're establishing a GMP with our contractor. As everyone remembers, there's the famous and historical Dairy Barn. And I kind of wanted to touch base a little bit on this. You know, built in 1926, one of the first 4 buildings on campus. What you're looking at right there on the left is the actual milking parlor, the existing milking parlor. And that concrete floor in the middle, you're going to see, we're going to carry that over into the new project. That floor, it's got some indentions that were intentionally put in there for the cattle, I think, so they wouldn't slip. We're going to try to keep that and incorporate it into the new building when we get finished, just to kind of carry some of the historical value. That was looking south. This is a little bit deeper looking south. Still the milking barn and the parlors there in the back. And then this is the second floor where all of the feed storage, and we're going to transition that into an event space. This is the space that will hold about 100 people. You can see it on the floor plan for the second floor with the round tables. I think that probably equates to about 96 folks. On the first floor, kind of in the pink color, that's kind of the studio gallery area. And then the yellow will be the museum display where we'll do the historical pictures and the story behind the dairy barn itself. So the project overview has not changed. It's to renovate and convert the entire 8,000 gross square foot structure to support TTU's collaborative learning environment with the creation of the studio, gallery spaces, museum, display areas, event space with catering support, offices, conference room, and support spaces. So due to the original function and the date of this facility, we do have a lot of utility infrastructure we have to put in. That's going to be mechanical, electrical, lighting, plumbing, fire suppression, security, stairs, and an elevator. The building exterior will replace the roof and the windows and the new exterior doors. That's mainly for energy code compliance the best we can. Have a little bit of stucco repair and painting. And then all the items shall reflect the historical period. So we're working with the Historical Society just to make sure that we're in line with them and that they approve it, since this is a building that's designated. Asbestos has been abated already. We'll work on the ingress, egress, be coordinated with the new library mall. That's mainly for fire trucks getting into the building itself. And then the existing silo is not a part of this. So here is the additional request of $3.2 million. For a revised budget of 3.5, you can see the majority of that is the construction cost as we move forward. This has been a project and has been worked on by Dr. Gallion, Dr. Skubanek, Noel Sloan, and the operations team and IA to get this to where we are today. We're excited, and here's the recommendation. To accept the guaranteed maximum price for construction of the Dairy Barn renovation project, increase the budget by $3.2 million for a total project budget of $3.5 million. Report the project to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board and amend the CM at risk contract. The increase will be funded through the revenue finance system, repaid with gifts, institutional funds, and HEF. The current total of expenditures includes the previous authorized board authorized expenditures from gifts, $20,000 in cash, the TRIP matching funds, $103,650, and RFS repaid with higher education funds. So that's going to total the $300,307 that was previous. Mr. Chairman, that's the recommendation.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Billy, please continue with item number 2.
Item 2, again, is at Texas Tech University, authorized expenditures for the J.T. and Margaret Tarleton College of Visual and Performing Arts Theater and Dance Complex Phase 2, the renovation project. So we're moving forward with our design professional Stage 2 and also put our CM at risk pre-construction services on board. We just finished Phase 1, and so we're ready to move forward. That's the existing Majan Theater, and we put an aerial there so you can see this is a extremely difficult project just due to the location and how tight it is. We've got the Burkhart to the west, the new Phase 1 to the north, and the 18th Street on the south. So it's going to be a little bit tight, a little bit hard to stage and have laydown areas there. We've got a lot of traffic and a lot of pedestrians. So here's kind of the floor plans. The basement's mainly just renovation work. On the first floor, the majority of the work, you can see the theater there that needs extensive repair and renovation there. And then we also have some new construction that's kind of right in between the Majan Theater and Phase 1. We'll talk about those areas here in a little bit, what's composed of those areas. So the scope of services, this for Design Professional Stage 2, and this is going to be for design development, construction documents, construction administrative phases, provide a statement of probable costs and a project schedule. We also want to execute a construction manager at risk agreement to allow the contractor to provide pre-construction activities associated with the planning and design process, such as project evaluation, site analysis, constructability review, value engineering, scheduling, cost control, and concept budget development. So the overview, right now where we're sitting, it's going to be the renovation and new construction within the Majan Theater. The renovation's about 24,200 gross square foot, which a lot of the majority of that is the lobby and the theater itself. Paint lab, dressing rooms and green room, second floor theater support spaces and small prop lighting and tool storage area. And then new construction of about 11,000 gross square foot is backstage crossover for actors, expansion of the current scene shop. We also have teaching assistant offices, graduate student offices, workroom, meeting space, new administration for the Tarleton Bunch. That's right now in Holden Hall. We need to get all of those under one roof and get them moved over there. And also the new costume lab, which is presently being stored in Weeks. And so we're anxious to get that out so we can finish the Weeks project too. So the project will address information technology, acoustics, audio visual requirements, and theatrical equipment. And then the exterior stone and masonry, there is some work that needs to be done there. That's going to be kind of how budget permits, whether we can replace any brick or stone. We'll try to clean it up the best we can. The project will be designed to bring the building into compliance with all applicable federal, state, local laws, regulations, and codes, including life safety codes and the TAS. And we're also asking permission, too, to waive the board direct fees for landscape enhancement and public art due to the fact that there's not a lot of area out there for landscaping. We did a pretty extensive amount of landscaping for Phase 1. We also added a public art piece in Phase 1, and so we feel like we can waive those two board-directed fees. So the ask is this, the $1.7 million, which you can see most of that is for design Stage 2 to go in there, and about $30,000 for pre-con. So the ask is $1.7 million for a revised budget of almost $2.3 million. So the recommendation, Mr. Chairman, is to approve the expenditures for $1.7 million for a total of $2.3 million for the J.T. and Margaret Tarleton College of Visual and Performing Arts Theater and Dance Complex Phase 2 renovation project with an anticipated total project $20 million. Waive the board directed fees for landscape and public art, authorize design professional Stage 2 services, and award the CM at risk grant for pre-construction services. Total current expenditures, including the previously board authorized $555,000 expenditure, will be funded through the revenue finance system, repaid with gifts, funds, and TRIP matching funds. That's the recommendation, sir.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Do we have a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Second? Mr. Hammond?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Mr. Kramer, please continue with item number 3.
I will. I want to talk a little bit about Christine DeVitt. Those of you that don't know the CH Foundation, I'll give you a little history there. So Christine inherited the Mallet Ranch and Cattle Company in 1934, and with her stubbornness grew that into a pretty good ranching empire. Christine made her first gift, her personal gift to TTU in 1967, really with a $10 gift to Kasner, to the College of Agriculture. At her time of passing in 1982, her last gift, personal gift, was $200,000 to the college, the Talkington College of Visual and Performing Arts. Then the foundation came in 1981. Hopefully all of us know how generous they've been. Their first gift was $550 to KTTZ, and to date, they're at $45 million. So as a total between Christine's giving as well as the foundation, that's over $50 million that this local foundation, where we've had board members on and off there for decades. So this is a very significant gift that we look at to approve the naming of the Black Box Theater within the J.T. and Margaret Talkington College of Visual and Performing Arts and the Theater and Dance Complex. So this is the visual that we have right here. There's a ribbon cutting later today. Upon the approval of naming, you'll see some signs out there. There's the actual picture of what it looks like today. I'm sure it'll look a little bit different by the time we get over there. There's the naming that you see. So, Mr. Chairman, recommendation now is to approve the naming of the Black Box Theater within the J.T. and Margaret Talkington College of Visual and Performing Arts Theater and Dance Complex as the CH Foundation, the legacy of Christine DeVitt, Black Box Theater. The donor concurs with the naming and the interior space. So this is up for recommendation.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chairman, inasmuch as I serve on the board of the CH Foundation, I will need to abstain from this, but a little background on the rationale, if I might, that this foundation has been involved with Texas Tech across the landscape. While performing arts and the arts and theater aspects have been a focus of the foundation's giving, it's not exclusive to that. Scholarships, it runs the full gamut, and I think this is consistent with Ms. DeVitt's desire. And of course, she has a sister, Helen Jones, who has a comparable foundation. So these two families, if you will, these two sisters have had a profound effect on this community, but specifically Texas Tech with their generosity. I can tell you from the CH Foundation, typically it's close to 40+% a year of the gifts that we give are tech related. That is the affection that she had for this university and for this West Texas area, and it manifests in these types of generous gifts such as this.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Chancellor Mitchell, please present item number 5.
We got one more, number 4. Can I go?
Number 4. You got another one? Excuse me.
If you'll allow
Item
me.
number 4. Kramer?
Thank you, appreciate that. This second one is the authorization acceptance of a gift in kind of real property benefiting the School of Veterinary Medicine up in Amarillo. Those of you that spent the time up there, I need to talk about the donor briefly on this. Mary Emily is a Amarillo icon. Her family goes back many generations within Amarillo. She comes from the Amarillo Bush family that started businesses in a hat company, the invention of barbed wire by the Glidden Company, the Frying Pan Ranch, and one thing that we dug up was the largest helium deposit within the United States. So again, that's how fortunes were made during that time. Mary has been extremely generous, and when we say generous, is that the one thing that she values the most is land and holding land. So we are very happy that she was allowing us this piece of property. That is the HSC campus that we have in Amarillo. That's where the vet school main building is going to be. 2.5 miles away is the site that we're talking about today. So it's 10.39 acres, and there's an easement put into that. So long recommendation here, but to approve the acceptance of real property gift in kind from Mariposa Village Community Land Trust, a Texas nonprofit corporation of 10.39 acres situated in the county of Potter, Texas, just west of Soncy. With an assessed value of $31,170 to approve the execution of the deed, the land to Texas Tech University for the benefit of the School of Veterinary Medicine, Mariposa Station. Except also the public access easement with the exclusion easement of 3.89 acres. As you see, you have to take the road to get back into that property. So the value of the property has been assessed through real estate sales within the surrounding area and through the Potter Randall Appraisal District.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Is there a motion to approve this item?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Now, Chancellor Mitchell, please present item number 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to add on to what Patrick just said about Mary Emeny, her mother, Carol Emeny, donated the land where the HSC is currently sitting right now. So their family has a long history of supporting what we do there. So it's really interesting. Before then, we actually had our entire school across the highway between the two hospitals in what we call the Wallace Building. So that family's been wonderful up there.
Did they really invent barbed wire?
That's one of the, if it's not true, it should be.
Yeah, I agree. I need to thank Texas Tech for my education. Forever, I thought it was B-O-B-W-A-R-E, barbed wire.
Well, well, nobody believed them because their voices were always so high from all that helium they found. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, item number 5 is asking the board for an authorization of a transfer of real property currently owned by Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center to be transferred to Texas Tech University for the new School of Veterinary Medicine at our Amarillo campus for the Health Sciences Center. We were originally given that property in 2010, and it was a total of 11 acres, I believe, by the Harrington Foundation. And again, the Harrington Foundation, the Amarillo Area Foundation, the AEDC, all of these groups have been wonderful about supporting the work of the Health Sciences Center in Amarillo. You can see on the image there of that 11 acres, the 6.57 that we would like to transfer for the new vet school. Those of you that were able to make it up there for the groundbreaking can see what kind of support we have, not just in Amarillo and the Panhandle, but quite literally from all over. We're very excited about this, and we're more than happy to give our compadres this property for free.
Mr. Chancellor, I would like to take this occasion to say thank you. And I mean that sincerely. And I'm reminded of this quite often.
If you'll read the recommendation.
Okay. Yes, sir. So the recommendation, approve transfer of real property from Texas Tech University Health Science Center of 6.57 acres located on the HSC Amarillo campus with a value of $1.628 million. Approve execution of the deeded land to the Texas Tech University for the benefit of the School of Veterinary Medicine, Amarillo campus. TTUHSC will reserve an easement in the deed of 0.11 acres for future utilities and ingress and egress, and report the change of ownership to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. The value has been assessed based on the property's previously a gifted appraised value, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Is there a motion to approve this item?
So move.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 6.
Item number 6 for the HSC Center. So authorize expenditures for the renovation of the Southwest Professional Building located in Dallas, Texas. We're ready to put our CMR on board for pre-construction services. We're also asking permission to waive the CM agent, which I'll talk about a little bit. So there's the building itself. You've seen this in the past. These were the prior facility assessments. I'm not going to go through all of them. The only one I'm going to touch on is the first bullet, the building master plan to be completed in September of 2019. It was completed and it's being reviewed by HSC right now. And that's for the master plan for the building and how they're going to utilize the building. The scope of services for the CM at risk is to allow the contractor to provide pre-construction activities associated with the planning and design process, such as project evaluation, site analysis, constructability review, value engineering, scheduling, cost control, concept budget development. So the project also, it says renovation to approximately 63,000 gross square foot. Let me clarify that. This budget's going to allow a majority of the work to be for the exterior facade. We've got issues there with water penetration, single pane windows. So we're going to do a lot of work on the outside of this building. And with the leaking building, what we have is some of the sheetrock inside the building that has some mold mitigation that we got to go through and probably just some replacement. So when I say 63,000, that's not going to be, we're not going to renovate the entire building. We'll probably have enough money to do the exterior and probably renovate one floor of that. There's been some previous renovation work already done in that building, so it's in pretty good shape. We've walked that building. This is going to be also an occupied facility while we do the work, and we have Parkland Clinic in there that we're going to be working around them too to keep those guys operating. So project overview says renovation to an approximately 63,000 gross square foot, 7-story concrete structure constructed in the mid-'80s. You can see from the basement through the partial fifth, it's got an open concrete structure, parking garage, and 4 through 7's conditioned occupied spaces. So a lot of this building is for parking. Scope of work includes, but not limited to, repair, replacement of mechanical, electrical, plumbing, building systems, modifications and/or replacement of existing fire protection systems. They have a dry system there in the parking garage that's in pretty poor condition. We'll work with FM Global to get that resolved. Fire alarm modifications, mitigation of potential identified hazardous material, that's the mold, and exterior renovations to the building envelope. Interior modifications, finished upgrades and renovations required to meet the institution's programming needs. That's going to also be based on the master plan that we have. So the project budget, the additional request is mainly for the CM at risk to do pre-con services. That's the 63,000. So the additional request is 70,963 for a revised budget of $1.4 million. And you see we are waiving the landscape enhancement and the public art, and they've been waived. So the recommendation is to approve expenditures of $70,963 for a total of $1.4 million for the renovation of the Southwest Professional Building located in Dallas, Texas, with an anticipated project budget of $15.5 million. Waive the use of a construction managing agent. And the reason we're doing that is we are tag teaming with HSC, our office and them. They also have some people there. We're going to try to manage that building and all the repairs, just going back and forth between our two teams. So we think we've got the collaboration to get that done. And award a construction manager at risk agreement for pre-con services. Expenditures will be funded with higher education funds. The current total of expenditures included in the previously board authorized expenditures from half of $1.4 million. That's the recommendation, sir.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 7.
Item 7 is also HSC, and this is to approve concept and authorize expenditures for a new School of Health Professionals Physician Assistant building on the campus of Midland College for DP Stage 1. And there you can see the Permian Basin. We've got our Odessa and Midland campuses identified for you there. So this is on the Midland campus, like we talked about, and this is going to be in the Dorothy and Todd Aaron Medical Science Building. We already have an existing program there right now. And this is really just kind of a placeholder that was on the Midland College master plan. We're not totally tied into that area. Actually, most of the present day PA program is actually located towards the bottom where that arrow is, kind of in that triangle. But we're going to work with Midland College. The design professional that did the master plan is also the same design professional doing this, and we're going to figure out the best place to put this. So the scope of services for right now is to execute a design professional agreement and authorize Stage 1 services in order to move forward on the project's vision. So we need to do programming, schematic design, provide a statement of probable cost, constructability review, and project schedule. We'll be working with Dr. Spearman and her team and Harry Slife to make sure that we get all the programming done to meet their needs. And so the project overview, located on the Midland College campus, the project will program an approximate 20 to 22,000 gross square feet addition to the existing Dorothy and Todd Aaron Medical Science Building and provide partial renovation of the existing educational spaces. So the new addition, our big needs right now are classrooms, educational space, ADA testing, and then we also need some faculty offices and support spaces. The partial renovation will include transition of instructional spaces to meet program needs, conversion of technologies used in the current teaching practices, incremental increase in the current capacity. We're going to try to raise the cohort class from 60 to 72, And we're also going to put in there a location for a possible future expansion if we ever wanted to grow that program some more. So the project budget, you can see is $592,937. Most of that's for professional services to get our design professional on board. Recommendations to approve project concept and expenditures of $592,937 in order to provide a planning and design service for the new School of Health Professionals Physician Assistant building on the campus of Midland College in Midland, Texas, with anticipated project budget of $20 million. Waive the board directed fees for landscape enhancements and public art for this. We're asking your permission to do that, and award the design professional agreement and authorize stage 1 services. The expenditures will be funded through revenue finance system, repaid with legislative appropriations from the 86 Texas legislature regular session of the $20 million. That's the recommendation, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, with this, one of the things that's really important, there are a lot of people that need to be thanked for what was going on with this. The chairman of House Appropriations, Dr. John Zerwas, was instrumental in making sure that this came through the final budget, and Speaker Craddock worked diligently throughout the session to make this happen. The PA program is not only important for West Texas in general, but is critically important for the Permian Basin. And as most of you are aware, with the Permian Strategic Partnership going on down there, there are a lot of people very interested in making sure that there is a health care workforce pipeline over the course of the next 10, 20 years. And so this is a critical part of that. Steve Thomas, Dr. Steve Thomas, who's the president of Midland College, has also been extraordinarily helpful in working with us. This is their property, and working with us on getting this through. So there are a lot of people that have worked on this.
Thank you.
I've got one question. Our facility in Odessa took more time. We had a lot of problems, as I recall, on electricians. What's your anticipated problems for this particular situation?
You know, probably we might have a little bit better support by the subcontractor base right now with a little bit of slowdown, what we're hearing in Midland. We're probably going to anticipate a lot of the subcontractors having to come out of Lubbock, Texas, quite honestly, to complete some of this work. So we made it very clear and apparent to the contractors when we did the Odessa project, and I quite honestly don't think they believed how difficult it was to work there. We will make this very clear, and I think it's also going to help having the design firm located in Midland, so they can help us also on maybe some of that sub-selection and support. But we're going to be very diligent picking our contractor to make dang sure they know what they're getting into before we sign any kind of contract.
Any other questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve this item?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Billy, item number 8, report on facilities planning and construction.
Just a few projects that I wanted to talk about. Some of you got to experience the ESB ribbon cut yesterday. President Skuvinek's team hosted. Great day, great celebration on that. I did want to make sure everybody knew we're still working in that building because if you remember, we took on some more shelf space late in the game when we found out we had some contingency money left over. So we're finishing some of that up. Then we're going to add some fume hoods on the 4th floor also. That'll be coming. But it was a great day. They did a great job and a great celebration, so congratulations to them. And also, as mentioned earlier about Talkington tonight, Phase 1 at 5:30. When you get there, you're going to see we still have a little bit of landscape work done. We've gotten almost 6 inches of rain in June, right when we were trying to get our landscaping done. So you might have to kind of turn your head a little bit as you walk in, but it's a great building. It's going to be a great celebration, and look forward to cutting the ribbon there today. So also the Coliseum Auditorium, if you've been by there, that job is 99.5% complete. The grass is planted, the irrigation's in, they've taken down the fence this week. The only thing we have left on that is a little bit of asphalt on some of those existing parking lots that we had planned to get in this week, and the rain kept us from doing that. But you'll see a beautiful green space when you see the Red Raiders beat OSU tomorrow. So also the Dustin R. Womble Basketball Center is tracking nicely after we kind of got a slow start coming out of the ground with all the moisture that we had in June. We have 5 steel sequences. We're on the 5th one now. Should finish the steel in a couple of weeks. And hopefully all the concrete will be done by the end of the month. We're about 85% done there. We still got a little elevated decks to pour and some of the lobby to pour, but when you leave the building today, you can see it. It's looking really good, and everybody's excited about that. I think it's had a impact too on our recruiting. So Coach Adams told me this week that it was really paying off and that they're really excited about having that. So hats off to those guys. The last thing that I wanted to talk about today, and I'm just going to show you a picture. This is the project we've talked about for years. This is one of our TRB projects also, and this is out at HSC in Lubbock. This is what we had been calling the West expansion. And I think, now it's called the Institute of Anatomical Sciences that has the gross anatomy lab, the morgue, the wheel body clinic. And I think, Dr. Mitchell, would you like to speak a little bit on that?
Sure. This is, keep in mind that our original gross anatomy lab had not been changed since the building was built in the 70s. And our school has experienced dramatic growth. And so this facility, the current facility is 7,800 square feet. This facility is 20,000 square feet. And this will be literally state-of-the-art for the nation. Every student coming through in multiple areas of study, all are toured through the anatomy lab. And so this is one of those things that it is quite literally for the Health Sciences Center, a showcase place that you're bringing people through, in addition to being highly functional for multiple of our disciplines. The Willed Bodies program, which is extraordinarily important, obviously, to all the medical schools, is intimately connected with this. And so this, for us, represents a transformational change for not just School of Medicine, but for multiple schools within the Health Sciences Center. Really cool. And if y'all haven't had a chance to see this, you really do need to tour over there.
Yeah, we need to set that up. We've taken a couple of tour groups through there. The Foundation Board had an opportunity to go through. I think Judge Carter went through. Just on the top right-hand picture of that, that's the main gross anatomy classroom. And just kind of let you know, there's 5 students per tank. We don't have the tanks in there in that picture. There's 5 students per tank, and we have 56 tanks in there. So you can imagine we can teach one whole class instead of having to split them up in 2. So it's fascinating. It's a great project, and we hope to be able to get you guys through that. So, Mr. Chairman, that's my report, unless someone else has another question.
Are there any questions regarding Billy's last report?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to make a personal comment to fellow Regent Womble. We all have special initiatives that we'd like to see, and I appreciate you leading, putting money up, and then stepping up to help the basketball program. So thank you on behalf of the entire board.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you, Mr. Relo, for that report. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Facilities Committee.
Thank you, Regent Long. Since there is no business to come before Finance and Administration Committee, that committee will not meet today, so you guys are just going to have to wait until the next meeting to find out who is actually on that committee. So this concludes the committee meetings for today. The meeting of the Board of Regents, Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The board will continue in open session and meet as a committee of the whole and a meeting of the board. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the board meeting held on August 8th and 9th, 2019, and September 5th through 7th of 2019?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any questions about those comments? Okay, if not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Thank you very much. We will now consider items as a committee of the whole, and I would ask Vice Chairman to preside over the committee of the whole. Regent Lewis.
Item 9B1. The item is a consideration of the consent agenda, items A through C, is listed on pages 1 through 4 of the agenda book, and the information agenda is listed on pages 5 through 10. Is there any discussion of the items in either the consent or information agendas? There being none, and as a reminder, if there's any item that you would like to discuss in further detail or voted on separately from the consent agenda, you may request that the item be moved to the committee of the whole agenda. Any discussion? Mr. Chairman, I move that the board approve the consent agenda and acknowledge its review of the information agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Regent Lewis.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the items to be considered by the committee of the whole at this time.
Thank you, Regent Lewis. The board will now continue meeting in open session to consider reports of the standing committee. Regent Steinmetz, will you please, this is going to feel like Groundhog Day. You realize that, right? Just going to go right back over it again. Regent Steinmetz, would you please present the items for consideration and action by the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee of the Board met in open session on Friday, October 4th, 2019. Considered items 1 through 4 as presented on pages ACS 1 through ACS 8 of the agenda book, and I request that all the items be considered and approved as a slate. Mr. Chairman, the committee recommends approval as to the items as presented, and I so move.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Regent Steinmetz.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the report of the Academic and Clinical and Student Affairs Committee.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Regent Hammonds, will you please present items for consideration and action by the Audit Committee?
Now, Mr. Chairman, the Audit Committee of the Board met in open session on Friday, October 4th, 2019, and considered item 1 as presented on pages A1 through A3 of the agenda book. I request the following report be considered and approved. Item 1, TTUS report on audits. Mr. Chairman, the Audit Committee also convened into executive session, at which time no action items were considered and approved. Mr. Chairman, the committee recommends approval of item 1 as presented, and I so move.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Regent Hammonds.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the report of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, sir. Regent Long, will you please present the items for consideration by the Facilities Committee?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities Committee of the Board met in open session on Friday, October 4th, 2019, and considered items 1 through 8 as presented on pages F1 through F16 of the agenda book. I request that all items be considered for approval as a group. Just for the record, Regent Lewis recused himself on item 2, and Regent Griffin recused himself on item 3. Mr. Chairman, the committee recommends approval of the items as presented, and I so move.
Excellent. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Regent Long.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the report of the Facilities Committee.
Thanks, sir. We will continue meeting as a committee of the whole and a meeting of the board. With respect to upcoming schedules for board meetings, we do have one update that Christina has handed out to hopefully all of you have in your hands. And that one change is the schedule of adopting earlier this year. It will be the February 2020 board meeting, and we've made a decision that we're going to hold that on the campus at the Health Sciences Center in Amarillo. She's handing it out right now. So you should have that. That was the only open item, and the only open item was not the date, it was just the location. So hopefully you now have that on your calendar and so noted. Next, we're going to hear from our student government presidents. So I got to tell you guys, I looked over here about 5 minutes ago, and the deck was empty, with one exception. So, Albert Romero, please present your report from the Texas Tech Health Science Center in El Paso, which is going to completely screw them up with the presentations. But you, my friend, were here. You need to go first.
Welcome, everyone.
Give him a second.
Okay. Omaha.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
Got it.
I looked up and you were prepared and you were ready, and every time you wait and you have to sit there while everyone else presents, and my thought was, you should get to go first, at least every once in a while, so.
And so that's
welcome, we're
indicative
glad
of
you're here.
the Health Science Center El Paso. We're just tired of waiting on the other universities.
You're always prepared, right? You're always prepared.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me, allowing me to present first today. I just want to mention my other executive officers for the school year. We have Mark Smith. He's going to be Vice President of Communications. He's a second-year student at the Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences. Then Mina Veganza. She's Vice President of Operations. She's an year 3 medical student, as well as Kelsey Van Noy, Vice President of Finance. She is also a year 3 medical student. We had a welcome back event on August 28th. It was open to all students. There was food, drinks, music. Local vendors handed out food for the students, and also school organizations were there selling things like ice cream and cookies. It was a lot of fun. People got to get together, laugh, talk. On September 7th, we also had our Corazon de Oro event. On this event, we had, it's a volunteer event, and we had 9 locations where 140 students signed up throughout the city. Afterwards, we had lunch provided to these students. Here we have some of the students on their volunteer sites. That's a list of just some of them. And then along with this, we also had other ways to help the community. We had a school supply drive. Actually, it was for composition books to a local elementary school. We ended up collecting 89 composition books along with several other items like crayons, books, pencils, even backpacks. And we've also had some health fairs to help the community. We helped the El Paso Special Olympics with their athlete physicals by taking blood pressures. And we also helped candlelighters in their Walk of Hope, which is it's a remembrance of people who have lost a battle to cancer, but also celebrating those who have won. We just helped with things like setting up, taking things down, if they needed someone to help with parking. And then right now, we're just planning on our holiday luncheon, which is going to be held in late November or early December. And that's all I have for today. Are there any questions?
Questions for Albert?
No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, before we proceed, I mean, I want to, he kind of glossed over like it was a single event. But last I looked at the statistics, the students across the university, and keep in mind we have a total of about 855 students now, contributed over 21,000 hours to community service last year. I mean, their integration into the community and what they do for the community, all on a volunteer basis while they're going to school full time, is very remarkable. So kudos. And none of this, by the way, is arranged by the faculty. This is all student-led. So again, he talked about it like it's a single event, but it actually goes on throughout the entire year. I'm very proud of what the students do.
Thank you. Nice job. All right, since I threw a curveball to the guys bringing these up on screen, I'm just going to follow their lead. So David Rivero, please present the SGA report for Texas Tech University. Really mess you guys up today, so sorry.
It's okay. Well, good afternoon, Chairman Huckabee, members of the board. Thank you again for affording me the opportunity to address you all. It's always a pleasure to speak on behalf of the Student Government Association. So to get things started, there it is. To get things started, we attended the Big 12 Student Government Association Conference in Stillwater, Oklahoma. OSU hosted all of the Big 12 schools this year, and we traveled with our executive branch and our cabinet, and this was just really an opportunity for us to brainstorm some ideas along with other student government associations around the Big 12, really see what's going on around our campuses and how we can collaborate and work together on institution-wide initiatives that really affect all of our student bodies. And it was a great opportunity to network with other student leaders across the Big 12 and really just with a similar mindset and hopefully implement some changes on each of our campuses. And then furthermore, we played a part in laying the groundwork for Big 12 on the Hill, which will take place this February. On behalf of Big 12, we will be lobbying on the Hill for issues pertaining to student safety, on-campus resources, and the quality of life for all students. The first-year engagement programs are one of our top priorities this year. We just concluded our application and selection process for that, and we're very encouraged by the initiatives that all of these students have. They're really ready to make an impact and create some positive changes for our first-year students on campus, and so we're really looking forward to that, and one of our main goals is to really train these students and to become effective leaders on campus and really instill the values and the atmospheres and the tradition that we have here on campus, and so they can hopefully be in front of you guys in a few years as well. And then so just a few updates on some of the initiatives and programming that we have done since I last presented in August. So upon returning from our annual Senate retreat, where we trained our members on topics such as rules in administration, cultural intelligence, bystander intervention, and mental health, we kicked off the year by participating in various Welcome Week events and additional programming events, which includes tabling, Constitution Day, Hazing Prevention Week, and our semesterly Take a Kid to the Game event, where we partner with athletics and we bring about 1,400 underrepresented children to attend a football game. We provide them with their tickets, T-shirts, and food and things of that sort. And so Barricading Broadway is next. I know that I reported on this and kind of gave some updates on that back in August, but since then we have partnered with City Council and the Lubbock Police Department, and we've had our first test run, which took place on September 7th at the UTEP game. And we received a lot of positive feedback, not only from the student body, but also businesses on Broadway specifically, as well as the Lubbock community. And so with that, right now, we are just in the process of evaluating our options to hopefully implement this program for a longer term. And with that, we also finalized our official partnership with the rideshare program Lyft. And with that, we are offering $15 discount codes to every single Red Raider, every single home football game from 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. The following morning to really promote student safety and a safe game day experience. Our team is continuing to look for ways to allow students to gain really professional experience right here in the Lubbock community. With that, along with the assistance of the University Career Center, Dr. Opperman, LIDA, and a partnership with the Lubbock Chamber of Commerce, this is something that we've been discussing quite heavily, and we're really hoping to provide Red Raiders with an internship fair sometime at the beginning of next semester to really encourage students to take advantage of the jobs and the resources that we already have here in the Lubbock community. And so with that, many students do love to leave Lubbock over the summers. And so with that, we're hoping to provide them those opportunities, but also give them an opportunity to stay in Lubbock, but also take summer courses as well and hopefully get ahead in their degree plan. So with our SGA alumni event, that will be hosted on October 18th, the day before the homecoming game. This year we partnered with the Alumni Association and to host this event, and we're very excited to invite all of our previous SGA members, both past and present, to just really come together, build community, have conversations around our organization and our efforts that we do have. Miranda Davis, our external vice president, is she's really leading the efforts in this Women's Leadership Conference. And so she's working with different departments across campus on various different issues to really introduce our inaugural Women's Leadership Conference. And so this conference will feature keynote speakers who are dedicated to highlighting the importance of leadership on campus for women specifically. And then last but not least, fee committees. It's taken quite a bit of time at the beginning of the semester. We've had, along with our team, we've had a lot of campus leaders who have served on these various committees to really work very closely with Noelle Sloan and Bradley Martin and kind of reevaluate and take a deep dive into the current fees that we pay as students, and also work with different department heads to figure out different resources that we can provide to students and hopefully stretch that dollar as well. But in terms of partnering with athletics, I know Regent Hammonds spoke to me and wanted me to give him a report about our partnerships with athletics and getting students to the games, for one, and then number two, also keeping them at the games as well. And so we've had many different conversations, and I'm happy to share that along with Athletic Council, the Athletic Fee Committee, the Spirit of Raiderland Committee, we have also established an ad hoc committee that will deal specifically with student interests for the game day experience. And so with that, athletics has recently implemented intentional engagements of coaches, where we have Coach Wells and different athletes on campus during the day, whether that be in the student union building or in the free speech area, to really promote that and encourage students to actually come out to the game. And so also with that, more affordable concessions in the Jones, and also implementing wireless charging devices that we offer to students. One of the aspects that the Student Government Association is assisting with is the reunification of student tailgating areas for students and students' organizations. And we're also exploring the idea of organizational preferred seating at football games to hopefully afford them the opportunity to kind of sit with their friends and really be around their friends. And I mean, hopefully that'll encourage them to stay the entire time and not leave right before halftime or third quarter. So, but with that being said, that's all I do have for today. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions for David? David?
Thank you.
Thank you. So the question is, who's next? I don't know the answer to that. We're going to see what comes up on screen. How's that? All right, Braden. You were first, and sorry we made you third. Braden Woods, welcome, and please give us the Angelus.
Well, again, thank you for having me, Chairman Huckabee, members of the board, Chancellor Mitchell. It's always great to come down to Lubbock, or actually come up to Lubbock, and be here and just update y'all on what we're doing here at ASU. So we did host our annual SGA Administration Roundtable on September 23rd at our ASU Lake House. That event gives the senators opportunities to speak directly to administration, directors, and ask questions that they feel need to be answered and that just they don't really know who to ask. So questions that we got at this roundtable were, of course, parking. Parking was always asked, where's the parking lots, things like that, but also fee, where do departmental division of the accounts that they get. So where does the money go? How do they decide who gets that amount of money? And then ranging from so just that range of questions. A lot of it was also student safety questions. What is going on to help make campus safer in this changing time? I also want to update y'all on Senate Bill 91.01, which was passed, which was an act to establish the executive cabinet for the president of the student body. And that act, it allows for liaisons to be appointed that will report to the student body president, so myself and future presidents, ranging from university housing, diversity and inclusion outreach, graduate student relations, university athletics and club sports, and then health and wellness. So those liaisons themselves are students, and they volunteer to be on this cabinet. And what they do is they advise on issues that they see on campus, and it allows them to directly communicate to student government, and hopefully we can lead to new changes that come up. We felt that it was necessary to have this, as when you have members in student government, they are all a part of the same organization, and we felt that this cabinet would allow for a different view to come into student government and allow every student to be involved if they wish to be. On August 26, 2019, we sent a joint letter signed by both the faculty and staff senate presidents recognizing 100 individuals for their participation in Rambunctious Week. So what Rambunctious Week is, a week before school starts. It's a long events that go on from 8 a.m. all the way till around midnight, and it just gets the incoming students the experience of what is campus life like. What we did was we sent letters to everyone who participated in planning or organizing Rambunctious Week, just to recognize that it was a large commitment. Multiple departments take on this task, and we wanted to just recognize their commitment to making ASU great for the student body. And then on September 19th, 2019, I sent a letter to the Office of the Registrar requesting information to see if any students would be impacted by Tropical Storm Imelda. We did this due to the governor of Texas, Governor Greg Abbott, notified or made notice of 13 counties in Texas were a disaster county. We listed those 13 counties in that letter, and the registrar office, along with IT, pulled the report of those students, and then we sent an email reminding the students that have been identified of the resources on campus that they can apply for if they're in financial hardship or if they need any services that the university can offer. Attached is a letter that we sent for Rambunctious Week, signed by the President of the Faculty Senate and the President of Staff Senate. So again, we felt that it was necessary to have both the Faculty and Staff Senate sign it, as it's not just a student-driven initiative, it's both faculty and staff are involved in this project. And so we wanted to have everyone recognized for that letter. I'll leave it up there for a little bit in case anyone is still reading it. Our current projects that we're hosting, I'm hosting a series of town halls with student organizations. ROTC and the student veteran organizations I've already met with them. And then the other ones that I'm meeting with, those are not all the organizations, but those are the ones that, just some of the bigger ones that we have on campus, Delta Sigma Pi and AMAS, the American Mexican Association students. Those organizations, we want to meet with them, see what campus is like for them. What is the students talking about? Because we feel that we need to go to them to hear what is campus like. Nobody wants to come to us, so we'll go to them. We'll see what campus is like and where changes we can make. I will say during the Student Veteran Organization Town Hall, we did have an incident at our first Ram Jam, which is our tailgate. We had a student experience a medical emergency by the Student Veterans Tailgate section, and one of the veterans was a combat medic, and he provided first aid to that student until first responders were able to respond and stabilize that student. So during the town hall, I recognized that student and presented him with our Student Government Challenge coin to recognize his actions and for going above the call of duty of being a student. We have a saying, the Ram Fam, and he really showed that the Ram Fam spirit is largely a big part of campus. And so I wanted to recognize him publicly and at that town hall. We're also working with the library, parking services, and UPD to install a bike repair station on campus. A lot of our students have bikes on campus, but they have nowhere to repair them on campus. So we're working with library and UPD and parking to find a safe location. Where is that best location going to be put for that repair station? And the library is providing funding for that repair station. And then parking services will help notify all students on campus that have a bike that they know of to let them know that that is a resource that they have on campus. And again, that concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Questions for Braden? Braden, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done. Okay, Toby. Toby Saliu will present the Health Sciences Center. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. Good afternoon to everybody, and I am happy to be here to present to you what's going on the Texas Tech Health Sciences campus. So this is just a couple of updates. We had our welcome back events in all of the regional campuses, and it was such a huge success. Myself and the other executive officers, we were able to visit the regional campuses to witness this event, and we had a lot of students come up and T-shirts. We gave out T-shirts, food, and just had a great time meeting with the students and getting to know what's going on in their campuses. 2 weeks ago, we also had our mandated Constitution Day, and that was also a huge success. We had, our guest speaker was Dr. Carol Sumner, and we also had a great turnout at that event as well. Many students and senators were very engaged in Dr. Sumner's presentation, and they had a great time. We are also done recruiting senators from all of the different schools. And since each school has a different start dates, it's very hard to gather up everyone at the same time. So 2 weeks ago, we were basically done recruiting senators from all of the different schools, including regional campuses. And we were able to have our senator training and leadership conference last weekend. We had over 45 senators present. We also had a regional campus member also showed up, and it was great to see just the involvement from other regional campuses. And we also had our leadership conference, and our guest speaker was Dr. Mimi Zumwalt. And she was wonderful. She gave us the tools and the skills that we needed to be leaders in our respected health professional careers. And here are just more goals, since we're just now settling down, making sure our senators are aware of the roles that they play in the schools. So we really haven't had that much events, but more will be coming up in the future. These are just a couple of goals that we have. We plan on highlighting more events, senators, and the value-based culture on social media platforms. We were able to fill our PR chair, and so she's in charge of making sure that we are fulfilling this goal. We are also participating in the value-based culture video presentations. We're working with Steve Sosland, and we update on that is actually we've had they've gone to different campuses just to capture students doing things that are value-based within the value-based culture, and just so that we'll be able to present that to the student body to show what the value-based culture is all about and what they can do to participate in that as well. Our other goal is to empower our senators to act on their own ideas for change and utilize the power of their student legislation. So last year, like I mentioned in my previous presentation, we had such a huge turnout when it came to legislations. We had over 34 legislations. So this year, I am hoping to keep those numbers high, just so students are aware of the voice that they have on our campus. And that is to make sure that all students are aware of how to utilize SGA to its full capacity, and just to continue to make operational changes in our synergistic center, anywhere else on campus that students feel that we are lacking, just to make operational changes to fit our students' needs. And here are just a couple of pictures from our, this is from the training and the leadership conference. The first picture is with all of the senators and Dr. Mimi in the middle. We have our senator who won the our bingo, human bingo interaction game. And here the students just getting to know one another. And here are pictures from the welcome back events that we had on all of the campuses. And that is all I have for you today. These are the officers again. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Toby, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just really like to commend you, and I think it's very impressive that you made an effort to visit and have representation at your welcome back events at all the regional campuses, and also ensuring that you have representation in the Senate from your regional campuses. I think it's very difficult with institutions of great size to ensure that you have that type of representation and ensuring that they feel a part of the larger system. So I commend you on that, and I think it's very impressive.
Thank you so much.
Other questions or comments? Toby? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done. So the final item of business we have are announcements, and I would just like to share with the group today. So I had the privilege of speaking at lunch today to the Matador Society, and I shared something with them that I'm going to share with you, and that is that I believe this is the best time there's ever been to be a Red Raider and to be in the Texas Tech system. And I want to tell you why. There's two reasons, and one reason is every person in this room. We get to come up here and do what we do because you do what you do every day. And I'm going to challenge you guys to do something over the next week, and that is to go to your staff, the people you work with and lead, and thank them for doing a great job. Because we get to, it looks pretty easy when everybody's doing their job and doing it well. And you guys are doing your job and you're doing it well, so is your team. So do me a favor next week and thank your team. Because this is pretty easy when everybody's doing the right thing in the right direction. The other thing that we're fortunate is we are blessed with a lot of very generous supporters. I mean, you just can't imagine. You see all the stuff that goes on up here, and it's because generous supporters allow us to do what we do. They support buildings, they support scholarships, they're just generous people. And so if you happen to come across a generous donor, and there will be a bunch, on campus because of things like what's going on this weekend, stop and thank them, because none of us could do what we do without generous supporters. So those two things make it really, really good, and we should be very grateful for where we sit as a university because of that. So with that, do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, with the motion and a second, the meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University stands adjourned.